Konnichiwa everybody, welcome back. Hope you're having a good weekend wherever you are in the world. We are in Japan, the land of the rising sun, for the first time again in quite some time actually. We've got the new World Update 20 installed, ready to go. And they've covered Japan once again with some extraordinary updates and some nice new scenery, including here our starting point today, Rishiri, in the north of Japan. It's a small volcanic island with a runway that's 1,800 meters in length. So we're going to push ourselves somewhat for a departure down, pretty much routing all the way across Japan, down through Japan over to Kitakyushu, a little turnaround, and then a small hop northerly up to Hiroshima to finish the day. So should be good. Looking forward to it. It's a really ominous volcano that overlooks the airport here, Rishiri. This is one of the included airports of the World Update, which is very nice. And we've just got GSX powered up currently, giving us our boarding, which is very good. If you're new to the channel, hit like, hit subscribe as always. Share your thoughts in the comments below if you're watching this after the live stream. But join us in the live chat otherwise. Quite a nice little included scenery, to be fair. As we can see, we just spent a few minutes exploring it from the outside. Some nice features. I think, might be wrong, but I think it might have been Gaia Simulations that have created it. There are a couple of physical barrier things though, which are somewhat annoying. But it's nice to see they've got some little sort of semi-traditional sort of vehicles, small kind of micro cars that they have in Japan, the Daihatsus and things, which is rather nice. And an interior. Is it going to let me in? Negative. It does let you in this bit, I think. There we go. Badger, welcome. Ian, good evening, Ashley. Hope you're well. Thanks for tweaking the route today, mate. That, I mean, is just wildly incorrect. I can't stand that sort of error in any scenery, even a freeware scenery. There are definitely no flights from any of those airports here, so that is just mega lazy from Gaia Simulations. And you'd think Asobo would pick that up and go, ugh. I don't think that's quite realistic. Maybe we should change it. But no, I mean, their QA doesn't really exist anyway. We've seen the marketplace, haven't we, folks? Look, there's another sign there that's just completely incorrect, which is a real damn shame. There's some random suitcase. And as is typical with a fair few Japanese airports, you get like a balcony area or a viewing point. I suppose realistically it's a smoking area, because in Japan they do like to have smoking areas in the hotels and rooms and things like that, but otherwise quite a nice airport, and there's a massive VOR there. Not that we're using that for today. Very Americanized, isn't it? But hey, it's a free airport, I suppose. Afternoon NPS, welcome. There's Ian, ready to go. We're in the iFly 737 MAX 8 today, flying Osprey Airways. We were going to use a Japan Air livery, but bearing in mind they're going to be taking receipt of some over the next few years. But I thought we'd stick with Osprey today, given it's not really kind of a route as such. We've got Badger behind us in the big A330 as well. It's going to push that aeroplane to its maximum today for this departure. I just need to tweak the drone rotation a tiny bit. But I do love a good world update. I do like a Japanese world update as well, more than anything else. But I do wish they sorted out this drone camera nonsense, because it's ruddy frustrating, isn't it? 21 now, I need 30 something. There you go. Set 58, get 32. Makes sense. So, there we are, ready to go. We've done boarding. We are extremely light on the load for today, for what it's worth. We've got, I think, 28 passengers on, which is it's pretty rubbish. But it is what it is. It's obviously a tiny airport, and they're all down at the back. I think we might have one or two at the front potentially if they're lucky. sit in our premium cabin. Oh look, there he is. He's going to have a great service. But yeah, I really like this 737 MAX 8. It's a really great aircraft. Just need the PMDG 737NGs to be in the sim, don't we? Right, let's go through the charts. Lucky, hello, welcome. So, we are here in Rishiri. Interestingly, the GPS is picking us up there, which makes me wonder whether or not the I mean, it's happened before with Gaia, hasn't it? It makes me wonder whether or not GPS coordinates are in the right place for this. But it looks okay on ElevateX. If I just switch the view, it looks about right. There might be like a couple of meters or 1 meter off adrift, but not terrible. Anyway, so for the journey today, using Navigraph, little switch of plan. We're actually going to use runway 25, so we're going to head down the apron, line up at the end of runway 25. We've got a derated takeoff today, but flat 15 for takeoff. Bearing in mind we're very light, in fairness, as well, so shouldn't be too difficult. And then blasting off on runway 25. After departure, we're going to initially climb to 600 feet, and then we're going to turn right up to Echo Romeo 500. From there, 126 degrees, climbing up above 8,000 feet via ER 701, then LEDAX, and then away. Cruise altitude today, I think I've got it set to 40,000 feet, I believe. I'll have to double check. And then our routing is going to take us off over Sapporo, Chitose, over the water to the main island. It's, Japan's obviously made up of 3 islands. I think, is it Honshu? I'll have to go double check now. It's been a while since I've thought about Japan. But yeah, routing centrally, effectively, all the way down through through the mainland, passing just to the west of Sendai, and then working up just north of Tokyo, hopefully catching a glimpse of Mount Fuji, which is there on the charts. So there's potential we'll see it. Hopefully we do. Hopefully we're not. Yeah, we get a bit close enough, but we'll have to wait and see. Ian's just gone floating away. And then heading over Nagoya, and then our routing will see us over Kibi and Hiroshima before descending down onto the airport at Kitakyushu, which is kind of connected, a bit like Osaka, with like a bridge that goes over to a man-made island, which is the airport, which is pretty cool. So very, very scenic, both ends. Once we get to Kitakyushu, we'll go do a little turnaround, and you can see here it's a very short hop from RJFR to Hiroshima, which is there, probably like 30 minutes ish. Not 100% sure, I haven't actually checked, but that's the plan. We'll fire up the APU. And we've got boarding complete, so what we can do is we can start to close the doors, after cargo doors. Close all of those because we've got the paperwork. Electrics are connected, so we'll leave that in situ. MPS Welcome's got he's got a fight with his old router. Wait, if any of you are looking to fly today and you're kind of sat there thinking there's only 3 stands, they're all taken, what you can do is just kind of like spawn in, don't connect to VATSIM just yet, and then just kind of hold off for a wee moment until somebody taxis off a stand, and then you could maybe connect and be ready to go at that point. There's a little bit of a backtrack required, so it'll be about 2-3 minutes between each departure, so we should potentially be able to sequence ourselves pretty well.
Rishiri traffic Osprey 2.72, starting on stand. Rishiri traffic.
Nice. GSX might be a little bit troublesome today because it doesn't recognise this so much. I know I forgot something. So it thinks we've got a tug needed, but we don't have any bespoke things for it. Custom profiles and things. Let's get the probe heats on, that's all good. So what I'll do is I'll take chocks and stuff off in a wee moment. Anti-collision lights. And then we will go to I. Just before I start to snap that across and hit set. Doors. Ground support didn't have chocks there, did it? No. Interesting. So that's all disconnected. Happy days. Let's get rid of that. Rishiri traffic, Osprey 165 on stand 2, engine start. 228, that's all good, that's set. Put that onto 2000, just as we run her up. And packs off. Get rid of the music for a wee sec. And engine 1, ground. The anti-collision lights are on. Hoping. No. So I'd like to think GSX should kind of like get rid of the stairs at that point, but we'll click operate stairs and I think that gets rid of them. I always forget these things. Anyway. Dispatch is in for a treat getting that cone. Off they go. Big old health and safety fail. So initial flight time today about 3 hours I think off the top of my head. Just noticed they've got a tiny little bit in the centre tanks for some reason. We'll probably burn that just after takeoff. That'll be gone. Gives us one more thing to do after takeoff, which is never ideal, but it is what it is. Mode switches to continuous. Gen 2's on. Aircon. AP off. Flap 15. 4-hour takeoff. The Skiathos of Japan. And we've got flaps 15s, travel in, trims 5.16, that's set, ready to go already. Give a little wiggle just to be on the safe side. And we can do our control surface checks. Jolly good. Radio, taxi lights. Brakes off. Test the old brakes. Taxi and idle. We're so light. Rishiri traffic, Osprey 165 is taxiing to the whole point, runway 25. No METAR available here, so we've got a rough altimeter setting of 2976. LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust armed. Runway heading is set, V2 plus 10, 142 is set, V1's at 123 knots, and altitude for the initial climb is set to 10,000 feet. Little bit of cloud there on the thing, which is very nice. Rishiri traffic, Osprey 165 is backtrack 25. It's interesting actually because you can see there it looks like the runway used to actually stop there. Look how small that is. Very, very small. Flaps are 15 in green. Auto brake RTO. Jolly good. So a bit of a sporty takeoff, we'll hand fly the first bit, and I do want autopilot on ASAP, just so we can kind of focus on some of these views a bit more after we do depart, because we do of course have these absolutely spectacular, in fact, I'll take a screenshot there, pine tree lined volcanic backdrop. So we're on takeoff profile 2, D-rate, and cell temp 43. The windsock indicates significant gusts, but we have no METAR. So we're just kind of going. Well, yeah, we'll just see what happens. I forgot to turn VRAS on as well, actually, so I'm just going to quickly do that. VRAS in this doesn't actually work. So I'm using VRAS from Control.
Runway awareness. Okay.
Lovely.
Meter.
At the construction site. Windsock check. It's hard.
Runway 25.
Because we kind of want to use as much of this as
1,700 meter remaining.
So we've used 100 meters. Crikey. Let's hope the performance calculations are correct. Okay. Rishiri traffic, Osprey 165 is taking off runway 25, LEDAX 1 departure, Rishiri. Right. Flaps 15, green light, stabiliser trim is set. Let's go. So, order on the brakes. Make sure my landing lights are all on. Good. Let's go for just over 40%. And then I'm going to set toga, then release the brakes. It's the sort of thing in real life where you feel yourself get pushed into the sea with the acceleration. Speed's alive, 80 knots. Crikey. What's the headwind?
V1.
Rotates, V2. Easily done. 25 knot headwind. Positive rate gear up. If it helps, I've got wind 236 degrees, 26 knots on takeoff. Flaps 5, gears up, no lights. 600. Autopilot engaged. That. Still working. Through the climb. Now I have enough speed. Still got flaps deployed 5. After takeoff checks. Runway turn off lights on. Taxi light. I forgot to turn the taxi lights off. I knew there was something. Let's go engine start mode. Selector switches to off. Flaps 1. Flaps up. 14. Set that for now. That's going to be no lights in a moment. Look at that. Rishiri traffic, Osprey 165 is airborne through 3,000 feet. Final call, Rishiri. Look at that for an island. That is absolutely superb. I've actually physically downloaded in the sim these as well, these airport sceneries and the Japan World Update. So that's a feature now, isn't it, that you can do. I've gone ahead and done that for today. I'm hoping it works okay. If not, there might be some trouble. Actually, yeah, precisely. Yeah, there's a big X on that taxiway. I don't think it's meant to be there. But I do find the Gaia sim work that they do for a Sobo actually quite lazy. Which is a real shame because it does somewhat ruin a little bit of the immersion at times. Let's go 40. We'll just keep her wound up on the climb out. Perhaps easier if I go left here. Let's keep that heading in line. Okay, lights, signs, seatbelts, pressurization, looking good, overhead's good. Rightio, climbing away, let's change the range ring. And we'll just switch that across to get engine status on the first officer's screen. Yeah, look at that for a volcano. Amazing. Ian's on the roll, watching him on LEDAX. Zata, welcome buddy. Peter, good afternoon. I was at BMW getting my bike serviced the other day, MPS, and there was a chap in there that rode in on a 1250 GS Adventure. And he said that he's done a load of bike tours around Croatia and a load of other places, but he's got Norway and I think he said Sweden booked for next year. It's 28 days of driving around fjords and things like that on his motorbike. It sounds absolutely stunning. But I did say to him he needs to kind of, in Norway at least, he needs to go to like Bergen and all that sort of thing. So that's going to be on his list, I hope. Interestingly, actually, on the LEDAX satellite imagery, there is a white X on the edge of that taxiway, splitting the apron from the runway. Look at that. Just one massive volcano and a little airport plonked on the corner of the island. Lovely job. And we've got the rest of Japan now starting to go underneath. We've got standard pressure. So we're at LEDAX. I'll just leave that on the turn. Keep an eye on this for a second. I've got no Pocky today, I've got chocolate digestives instead, but I do love Japan. Food, culture, the people, the country, superb. And I've re-downloaded for later the Hiroshima scenery. I think, was it Case that's created it? I can't remember, it's on flightsim.to. Ian says, so strange I can't come off live time. I had that the other day and I had to click the little thing there, click custom on the top, and then drag the little counter thing back. So you get that menu then. Oh. What the hell's going on? Live weather. Oh look. So where we were before there was obviously not very much METAR information. Now we've got some. Just going to go onto the VNAV page. I've got the WinWing PFP3N working today. Oops, auto brake off. Econ climb, Mach 8. Cruise at Mach 8. It's looking pretty good. Want to pop that onto 10 for now. Fuel, centre tanks. Off, that's empty. Just refresh that, make sure we're all good. Good little warning recall if we want to as well. I love our badges in the A330 today. I know he said in the chat he's practiced it, but got his work cut out. How many of you have tried the YS-11 that was included as part of the World Update package? Well, I say included, this wasn't so much included, it's a local legend with a 1-day free trial to decide if you want to buy it or not. And I know Zato's really enjoying it. I almost flew it today, but to have set the thumbnail yesterday I'd have to have took the free trial. But by the time I would have then finished flying it today, the free trial would have ended, and I don't know what happens at the end of it if you're overdue. So, well, better not risk it. But I think it's indie builds that have created it. I'm not actually sure. I'm trying to read into it at the minute. $20 purchase. I mean, you'd want to use it a lot, wouldn't you? Japan's first and only post-war commercial airliner. Wow. And have you tried the new Indie Builds Cape Town as well? That's out, isn't it? I've missed that release. How's the autopilot on its Zato? Does it have any autopilot? Aviator Ando, hello to you, welcome. Is the 737 tall and advanced really realistic or basic one for beginners? It's a kind of blend. I wouldn't say it's advanced. It's designed for people who are starting off flying the aeroplane. So we deal with, in our tutorials here, we'll deal with everything you need to know in order to get from A to B quite happily, without too much stress or too many things going wrong. And then later on, as we go through bits, we add elements to it if need be. So I'd say it's kind of like a middle ground, but designed for you for like 0 hours to work up. It's like a gyropilot, autopilot Zato then. I really don't know anything about the YS-11, to be fair. Gotcha. I don't know. What do you guys all think in the chat? Do you want an Osprey YS-11 painted by Zato for like Japanese domestic routes and things? You could go into all of the smaller airports in World Update 22 as well, can you? Is it 22 or World Update 20 that we're in today? Yeah, World Update 20, but Local Legend 22. I think. Confusing. As a little reminder as well for next week, I just having some snacks. My day off has been cancelled on the Saturday, so any potential stream on Saturday into Sunday next week is probably not going to happen. Sunday's questionable based on what time I get back from work, but I'll be doing a all day Saturday through all the way through the night Sunday time shift again. Unfortunately, can't really get out of it either, but you know, I suppose the overtime money is there, which helps. So there'll be like a gap next week, unless I can get something sorted. Be interested to see what you think here then, because I think part of World Update 20, providing you've got it installed, I think part of it is massive improvements to night lighting over Tokyo. Crikey, I just realised we've got 10 pages of legs on this route today. Not actually sure if 40,000 feet is the most optimal. Yeah, there we go. Optimum is 410, fair enough. And as is typical with Japan in general, we've got some massive, massive, massive winds. At some point as well, actually, I think at some point this coming week or the next, I've got the Wing Boeing panel. So I've got like this bit. I can't remember what they call it because the naming conventions are very weird, aren't they? But like this sort of FCP here, and then the that little multi-mode panel as well, which is new, I think, off the top of my head. But basically, I've got both of those getting delivered at some point soon for me to try out. Very excited for that. Compare it against the Winwing Airbus FCU. And I just realised I didn't turn traffic on. Whoops. So that's on now. I've popped the weather radar on. I knew that that looked blank for some reason. It's funny, isn't it? If you don't fly a particular type for a couple of weeks, you do miss these little things here and there. Well, yeah, whereas on one aircraft it might just flick across automatically. To go. Yeah. That's better than no traffic information, though. I do need to look at the innie builds. Interesting. JavaScript error occurred in the main process with SimApp Pro. Object has been destroyed. Let me just try and solve this here. I don't know, it can sit in the background now. It's a dead process. Maybe I've just bricked my... No, that still works. Weird. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. It's also nice. Does it have any like smoky engine trails or anything like that? Any of those sort of effects on it? What a joke. The government have just given £1.5 billion in a loan to the Jaguar Land Rover to bail them out from the cyber attack that shut them down. They've got like £3 billion in the pot. That's what they get. Start bailing everybody out. What a mess. Yeah, I know. I think on the UniBuilds Ini Manager for the YS-11, there are a good selection of liveries already, isn't there? Which you can download. So if you buy the YS-11 in the marketplace, you can then buy the Ini Manager, install a whole load of extra liveries, which is quite cool. Although you'd kind of expect that. In fairness, I would somewhat expect there to be a selection of liveries included in the product, but I get they probably can't do some of those because of the licensing issues in the marketplace, I don't know. Harry, welcome, good afternoon. It's pretty good so far. I mean, granted we're high up and we can't really see below because of the cloud, but Rishiri was quite good. Quite good, acceptable. I think because it's a new landscape, and we've certainly not been there before, the actual environment, the big volcanic island that we were situated on, was quite impressive. The airport scenery had some really lazy elements to it though, which is pretty poor of Gaia simulations, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'd not realised American Eagle and a few others, kind of Western carriers, operated the YS-11. I'd have to Google more about it, to be fair, because it's quite an old aeroplane, isn't it? The NAMC YS-11. Turboprop airliner built by Nihon Aircraft Manufacturing Corporation. And it was the only post-war airliner to be wholly designed and manufactured in Japan until the development of the ultimately cancelled Mitsubishi SpaceJet during the 2010 decade, roughly 50 years later. August 1962, the first prototype performed its maiden flight. Deliveries commenced 30th of March 1965. Commercial operations began the following month in April. Majority of orders for the type were issued from various Japanese airlines, which, while sales to such customers were swift in the YS-11's initial years of availability, this limited market soon became saturated, leading to a slump in demand. Production came to an end in 1974 as a result of efforts to increase sales to international clients, including the creation of a better YS-11A variation. Japan had shown that it was capable of building an airliner, but the NAMC, basically the consortium that built it, racked up a huge debt, and the type is generally regarded as a commercial failure. Large numbers of the type continued to be in service until 2006, at which point tighter Japanese aircraft regulations imposed this necessitated either withdrawal or refitting of all YS-11s. By 2018, only one single example reportedly remained in commercial service. Wow. "60 passengers maximum. Designed to deliver similar operational performance to the 4-engine built Vickers Viscount, but 50% greater capacity than the similarly configured Dutch F-27 Friendship. Engine was the Rolls-Royce Dart power plant. Some weird bits here in Wikipedia. A catchphrase developed around the public reveal of the YS-11 mock-up, which was "Let's meet on the 11th at Sugita in Yokohama." Yokohama represented the Y, Sugita neighbourhood stood for the S, and the 11th referred to both the plane and the date of the public reveal, which was the 11th of December 1958. Because of this, it became common to read the 11 in YS-11 as 11. But for those who designed the plane with the designation, it was originally pronounced YS-11 or YS-Ichi. First maiden flight, 1962, was from Nagoya, followed by the second prototype flying in 62. They found poor steering, excessive vibration and noise, and an acute lack of safety during sideways maneuvers. The wake of the propeller produced abnormal forces that inclined the aircraft to the right. All of the rudders became ineffective, and the manoeuvrability was worst of all. And these problems produced a tailspin during the flight test, and were the direct cause of a crash. This was known as the three-rudder problem. At one prestigious early flight at the time, ANA used a YS-11 to carry the Olympic torch in the run-up to the 1964 Summer Olympics in Tokyo. Operational history. Like a list there, like Hawaiian Airlines, Toa Airways, Piedmont Airlines in America. Okay, TOA Domestic Airlines, On Nippon Airways, Japan Air Self-Defense Force, the Japan Civil Aviation Bureau, Japan Domestic Airlines, Filipinas Orient Airways, Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force, Toa Airways, Aeronautic College, which I think is the one that you're on about, Zato, right? Neil, good afternoon, welcome. Hope you're well. That's going to be so good. 2 weeks aircraft spotting in Japan soon, he says, and a week in South Korea. Superb. LJC, good afternoon. Philippines operate quite a few YS-11s in the 2000s. You've got Aeronautic College, Filipinas, Orient Airways, Hawaiian Airlines, Lanza, Cruzeiro do Sol, Austral, NAMC, Piedmont, Southwest Airlines, wow, VATSIM, China Airlines, Olympic Airways, Korean Airlines, Transair, Air Afrique, Air Gabon, Philippine Civil Aeronautics Administration, Trans Gabon, Pilita Air Service, and Revolution. And there were more, to be fair, as well, by the looks of it. Air Aruba, Aerolíneas Argentinas, Gambia Air Wings, a couple of Indonesia as well, Burak Indonesia, Pelita, Mandala, Mapati, Air Afrique in the Ivory Coast, Philippine Airlines, Air Philippines, Airlink International, Airlink International Aviation College, to go, Aboitiz Air, Asian Spirit, South Phoenix, Air Star Zanzibar, Air Caribbean, Phuket Air, wow. Interestingly, the nearest this side of the world, American Eagle, Continental, quite a few US carriers, to be fair. Yeah, the nearest this side seemed to be Greece, bizarrely. Who also had them for military operations, as well as the Japanese and the Philippines. There have been over 20 hull loss accidents, including YS-11s, wow. Bob, good afternoon. Oh no, I'm not moving house, matey. That might be someone else. I'm just pretty maxed out with work at the moment. Chris, good afternoon. Yeah, There's an interesting history with that YS-11. Headwind's about to get worse. We turn right shortly. I mean, look at that heading versus track as well. We track of 186, got 12 degrees, so the nose is 12 degrees off to the right, so we're pointing that way. But actually, we're probably flying like that way. Which is quite something. Yeah, I mean, ordinarily I'd be dog training today, but Indy's on heat again, so kind of keeping her away from any potential dogs that haven't been neutered. Some of the work we do on training is off lead, and even if we kept her on lead, you just never know, do you? So we're kind of keeping her away from that for a few weeks. Southwest Airlines was a Japanese airline, Neil says. I have to Google it. That became Japan Transocean Air in 1993. It is now owned by Japan Airlines. Interesting. So in 1967. It became Southwest Airlines, and then it was renamed to JTA, Japan Transocean Air, in July 1993, which is still to this day a subsidiary of Japan Airlines. Chris says, are you thinking about getting the Wing Airbus throttles? To be honest, no. I've got the Honeycomb Bravo, which still works pretty well. So for me, I'm not really that bothered about buying any more kit just yet. I mean, I've got to spend the next few months saving up to pay for next year's tax in advance, which I absolutely hate. But it's got to be done. Unavoidable. We'll do a fuel check at some point. Where are we? So large. Let's check our flight plan. Large, 6.3 tons. 6.6. 6.5, so 0.2, 200 kilos more. Happy days. No, I'm not self-reliant for the purpose of this channel, Chris, yeah. Yeah, I think if the Honeycomb Bravo started to break and I was in the market to look for a new set of throttles, I'd probably get the Wing ones out of anything else in the market. I mean, I've still got the HOTAS Orion 2, which is like a wing-wing combat joystick, which I've had for a little while. Plus, alongside that, Orion 2 kind of combat throttle kit, which I think is like an F-16 style. When I had that little phase of DCS that we enjoyed, and yeah, the build quality is just phenomenally good, and especially for the price point. Days, crikey. I think Ashley's ordered one of those as well, to be fair. So I've got to try and find my... So I've got the Winwing 3N PDC and the 3M PDC. They're still being shipped through FedEx. Just quickly check it up because it's been a while now. Tracking. Oh, that's an old tracking ID. Oops. Go. Oh, be delivered tomorrow apparently. It got dispatched 13 days ago. It's not too bad actually. It just feels like a very long time, doesn't it, to wait for these things. The WingFlex Airbus radio thing that I've got, which I showed on a video a little while ago, that was quite good, but I did find that the buttons are just kind of pushed on, the actual kind of the transponder switches are pushed on, and they failed literally on the first time I used it in anger properly for a live stream flight, and that was quite poor, given its price as well. But I did feed that back to WingFlex. They were very apologetic, so they'll push it back to their kind of quality team. So Winwing are sending it out to me. I assume they've probably processed it through as a global store order, hence this additional time. Jeez. For another chocolate digestive, I think. I mean, Chris and Neil, you guys might know. What's the latest with how Windwing and things are processing all of like the customs duty bits? Who was it that sent me something previously? Mini cockpit, I think it was. Is it mini cockpit? I think it was. Yeah, back when Mini Cockpit launched, I'm pretty sure it was them. They sent a load of stuff out, but they hadn't actually covered the customs bits. And I ended up having to pay, I think it was like 50 or 60 quid. Just to import it. Which I wasn't too pleased about. I do have to go through some of this kit because I don't know where I'm going to put this new Boeing Windwing stuff. Because I've stuck my Airbus one to the desk. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to fit the other one on. Jesus. 100 quid of import duty for some Windwing stuff for the global store. Hell no. Andy, welcome. Oh no mate, I'm in the iFly 737 MAX 8. I actively avoid the default Sobo one. We're in a good one today. This, I mean the iFly 737 MAX 8 is just phenomenally good anyway. For what it's worth actually, I'll probably point out, so I've updated it yesterday. Put the new update for iFly into it. It actually downloaded and broke files. It corrupted something during the update, so when I then loaded in, a lot of my liveries didn't work. Couldn't really work out what it was, but effectively all I did was uninstall the 737 MAX 8, the iFly 737 MAX 8, and then reinstalled it again. It skipped the update, so it installed a slightly older file, but I then updated again to the latest version, and it solved the whole thing. So it's definitely worth, if you do get a problem with liveries and whatever else, it's definitely worth taking a look at. Let's have a little look at Falan to see how everyone's getting on. So there's our little departure from Rishiri. Small, awesome airport. That's where their little construction traffic things were. And our little departure. Oh yeah. Osprey 377 kilo. Somebody's just flown into Chitose with Osprey. Spotted live. Amazing. There's us. You can actually see here, interestingly, the heading versus track difference. If I, let's see, yeah, there you go. Look at that. You can kind of see that even that is kind of the heading is depicted on it. We're flying over Hachinoche. It's an airbase. There's me. I don't know who that is in front. I assume it's me again, but on VATSIM. Ian's there. And then Badger in his A330-300. We've got quite a way to go. When you generate a route on SimBrief, what it tends to do is uses a lot of the airways that kind of stick over the Sea of Japan. So the routing initially kind of kept us to the west of Sapporo, and then right off the edge of the tip of Hokkaido before working down through Honshu, through the edge of Honshu, and then we kind of connected back inland around Sendai. Not Sendai, sorry. That's Kansai approach. There's Kansai Airport, Osaka somewhere. It's all the way over here. Crikey. That's a huge approach area. It kind of brings you in over this sort of part, and then in via Hiroshima, and then in. But we tweak the routing to keep us over mainland Japan as much as possible. A lot of people flying around this part of Japan today, by the looks of it. It's very good. Fair few flying a Hidge. A lot of weather, as is always the case. Trying to spot where Zato might be buzzing around. What's your MAC number, Ian? Did I say Volanto instead of Elevatex, Zato? It's because on my Stream Deck I've still got the text set to Volanta. Because I can't bother to change it. Really bad. Yeah, no, Elevatex. What's your ground speed, Ian? Not doing Mach 80, ground speed of 419 knots. I mean, we're at 40,000 feet now, we're in the cloud again, it's incredible. I do need to go to Japan again soon. God, that's cracking, Ian. Ed, good morning. See, I've not installed any of the landing challenges at Andy, to be fair. I've actually disabled all of those, but I've downloaded the airport sceneries, POIs and all that sort of stuff as well. Interesting, Zato. I mean, I've kind of got used to not using it though. So I'm not sure, bearing in mind we'll basically have to buy Parallel 42 Flow Pro again, I'm not sure I'm going to bother because when I think about it, I don't know if any of the rest of you watching will think the same, along the same lines. I've kind of got used to not having it now, which is quite good. And then when I do think about it, all I do is I'll just use the drop down, and I just think all I fiddle with really is camera, GSX, and then the occasional weather tab for changing time, and that's it. And I think, well, do I want to spend maybe 30 odd quid again on Flow Pro version 2 for MSFS 2024? Probably not. Not sure. I did resist it initially for a while, didn't I? But yeah, I think they said early on, Zato, a couple of years ago, when they reckoned they would have updates within a month or so. When they acknowledged that actually they're not going to be able to do that. they came out and said it would basically be a new package, right? I think I'm right in saying. I'll have to re-Google it, but I'm pretty certain. They might change their mind though, and they might say, you know what, brilliant, we'll launch it for free. But I'm pretty sure it's an update package that you've got to pay for, which is very inner-builds, isn't it? It is, sadly. You know, the community did something remarkable though with them when they launched those A350 cabins and tried to charge people for it. You had the probably, is it the fairest way to, probably not really the fairest way to describe it, but the blindly stupid just go and pay £5 for a load of interior cabin work, and you then had the majority of the community for once actually kind of kicked off and resisted against it, and very quickly, within, I think it was within the space of a few days, wasn't it, they rode back very rapidly and were like, okay, sorry, we kind of got it wrong, the cabin upgrades will be a free download, which is how they should have been in the first place. Bizarrely, that's not really dented their image too much. But if you want a window into how a company thinks, then that sort of practice is usually what gives you the answer. Parallel 4.2, low, row. Oh yeah, it was on Threshold about 15 odd days ago. Parallel 4.2 provides update on Flow Pro. It's in early beta, but will only launch it when it's satisfied. No time frame has been announced. And they have also confirmed a small upgrade fee will allow you to have the MSFS 2024 native version. Interestingly, I think, have I found it here? Let's see. The 2024 native version is currently in development, but will feature an adjusted feature set. Community widgets fully supported, may need updates by creators. Okay, that's not bad. The cost is $2 to update the 2020 version to a 2024 native version for current owners. I think, well, that's not too bad. $2. Bearing in mind it was 30 quid, I think, roughly, anyway. Let me just change it to pounds and see what it comes up with. 28 quid. And I kind of then think, well, for $2, why are they charging? Surely they could give it to us for free. $2 times, I don't know, how many copies do we reckon they've sold? 200,000 downloads? That's $400,000 that they'll make. There is no way in a million years it's cost them $400,000 to work on an update to make it native in 2024. Or am I misunderstanding development? I don't know. What do you guys think? And that's what, yeah, for $2 for an upgrade fee, it's not bad, but actually when you think about the sheer volume of money that they're still going to absorb and earn from that, it's great, because it means that you get ongoing support, you get developments that continue to happen, supports a great company, and so on, but where do you draw the line with paying too much for stuff? Everybody's line is different, right? Andrew, welcome. Yesterday evening, he flew from Gimbo to Narita. It says the improvements for Japan, even in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, are amazing. With the latest updates in 2024 and the Japan update, do you notice any difference in the water effects on the apron, taxiways or runways? He's noticed a huge improvement with puddles in 2020. I haven't, to be honest. I'm hearing very good things about Sim Update 4. I'm hearing people getting crazy good performance. But again, it's very difficult to tell while something is beta what the actual final result is going to look like. Yeah, what do you guys reckon to the $2 upgrade fee for Parallel 4.2 Flow Pro? Do you think $2 for a native 2024 update version is reasonable, or do you think it's just them using us as a cash cow? Curious to hear all of your thoughts. Because typically I'll use the live chat as a bit of a bellwether for what the community, wider senses think. It's quite important. Morning, Canadian Flight Simmer, welcome. Hope you're well. So many waypoints. 9301. More of a headwind all the way. It's interesting because if we'd done this the other way around, we'd have been pushed quite happily all the way to probably Tokyo, and then had the crosswind going back up via Sendai, Sapporo to Rishiri, but we're extending ourselves a little bit this time. It's flight time of almost 3 hours. Canadian Flight Simmer says, if I had Flow Pro, I'd pay the $2, but I've never had it. Ian says he doesn't think the $2 is too bad. I think they might have been surprised by the new sim, and that didn't cross over in the way that Sobo had said it would. Neil says that I think they may as well just give it for free if they're going to charge $2 for an update. Equally, it may have taken a bit of development costs, so I'll pay to extend the value of my original purchase. £400,000 of the development costs? I mean, that's guessing how many they've sold, but... I reckon, because Flow Pro was very popular, wasn't it? I reckon they would have easily have surpassed 100,000 sales. Mark, welcome. Any ATR flights planned for the near future? Now, I do need to get back in that. It was good fun last time. We looked at flying it for this, but the distance between some of the airports was so vast that we needed a bit of a faster aircraft, so that's why we're using the 737 MAX 8 today. But some of the other airports that are included in the World Update can just about fit an ATR, I think, from what I understand. Andrew says, I still don't understand the high prices of third-party scenery and add-ons, etc. in the marketplace. Even for 2020, it should be £5 and a max £10 per airport. Are we in? Crikey. Yeah, see, the Mad Dog stuff, in fact, it's there for me as well, actually, and FSUI PC7. And the FS Labs Control Center, which interestingly I can't make not open with Windows, but yeah, I keep forgetting to close all of those as well myself. It does occasionally cause problems with aeroplanes. FSUI PC7 I've closed, but we're in flight, so don't want to risk that. Andrew, I'm not sure. Again, it's a tough one. I might do it as a pre-recorded video, mainly because you get a 1-day free trial, and then otherwise you've got to pay $20. And it's not an aeroplane that I'll probably use very much, if I'm honest. I might use maybe like once or twice, but in reality I think to pay $20 for an aeroplane I might use once is a bit much. So not going to do that. So I'd be tempted to try it out as the 1-day free trial, make use of that, see how it goes, but that would effectively be my limitation of it. think, if I'm honest. Yeah, any builds Doha. Phew. The thing is, they've got a captive market, right? They've got a very solid core of people that will just buy whatever they release. So, without really asking too many questions. So, you know, any builds have played a blinder in marketing. A little glimpse of the ground below. And they do make some great stuff. Oh yes, they've... I'm gonna have to Google that. I mean, their premium Cape Town's released now, hasn't it? And it's 18 quid for that scenery, which is pretty expensive. Larnaca's fairly reasonably priced. It's £12, which is quite good. It's quite a stretch for short European hops. It's kind of almost mid-haul, isn't it? So, and yeah, any builds Gatwick is just extortionate. It's over 20 quid. But they know exactly what they're doing because it's a big airport that is one of the busiest on VATSIM. So, but what happened to Origami Studios? Which is why I've gone back to the MKVY freeware Gatwick Airport scenery on flightsim.to. That's phenomenally good, and it's not 20 quid for the luxury. And actually looks pretty much the same as what any builds have created. So Swim Climb says, will you be buying the FSS 727 Super Pack add-on when it comes out? Probably not. Again, I struggle to get behind a company like FSS that has still not solved all of the glaring problems with the E-Jets. The lack of VNAV, no proper LNAV, no proper custom FMS, and it's going into like 3 years now since the E-Jet's released. Matt's hello. And again, I think that we should be asking questions of a company like that to say, you're charging X, we expect Y. Why are we not getting it after sort of all this time? And I think if a lot of the community then turned around and said to FSS, we're not buying a single thing from you until you fixed the E-Jets and finished them, I reckon we'd probably find within a couple of months that E-Jets would be sorted. But it would take that level of kind of resistance to get a reaction from them, I think. But in the meantime, they'll continue to plough ahead with 727 updates and all these other little things here and there. And they've got little bits of contract work with Aerosoft going on, siphoning their teams off to various different things. and they use the excuse that, the 727 team are a different development team to the E-Jet team, so on and so forth. But actually, they're all under one brand company name, whatever. So they should be held to account for what they've not delivered with the E-Jets. Because a lot of us, including myself, were quite excited when they first released, and they gave us that roadmap of, in 6 months we want a custom FMS and all this other stuff. It's not happened. They did an update the other day. Let me just find it, because I almost laughed and did a video to call it out. I mean, they've updated their website now to say professional flight simulation add-ons, but let's face it, they're not. Where is the update? News? Oh, there you go, from the 22nd of September. Because it pinged us an email and almost spat my coffee out. The FSS status quo Q3 2025. And there's a whole load of blah about the Super 727 and then the E-Jets. For some time now, closed beta has been running with our first group of testers. We'd like to start by giving you a huge thank you. It's not always been easy to stay calm between a misbehaving autopilot and random WASM crashes and still report everything correctly. But you're doing an amazing job. Thanks to your efforts, we've been able to fix a lot of issues step by step, working through bug reports, and by now we've identified the biggest and most critical issues, including lateral flight path, skipping waypoints and cutting corners. How did they miss that? Bearing in mind this is a few years now post-release, how is that not accurate? Vertical paths sometimes dropping to 0 and back up again. Auto throttle oscillating during step climbs. Flight director sequence on takeoff not always reliable. Performance prediction not trustworthy. But they now reckon they've fixed the LNAV tracking. It says, even there it says, just note the screenshots will also show other bugs which we haven't fixed yet. Our focus is fully on lateral and vertical guidance. They reckon at this point that E-Jet can handle RNAV approaches, step climbs and descents before top of descent. But the VNAV function isn't active yet in the closed beta build. We don't want to add extra frustration. So they've given us like a paragraph of blah saying, it can already handle RNAV approaches. And then they finish that with, but it can't because we've not actually activated it in the beta because it still doesn't work properly. So it's just ridiculous. And they're on about releasing the next big update by Christmas time, but that means they still haven't solved VNAV or anything like that. So. But yeah, good news is in the Technon they've coloured in a more detailed fire extinguisher. The priorities are all over the place. And yeah, people need to kind of call them out for it properly. We need some sort of like flight sim buyers union, Neil. The most effective way is having lots of big content creators openly calling them out, and then the wider community holding them to account, questioning it as well. Putting that pressure on is the only way that kind of stuff gets solved. I've found a refusal to buy until they fix what they've already released. That's effectively what has to happen with like a company like FSS, because in the meantime they're dancing away with Aerosoft, making an awful A330 project, probably the worst in the sim. Well, yeah, but at the same time making money from Aerosoft for it. Andrew's asking, does the legacy or working title 747 for 2024 work? I haven't tried it, actually. Again, because it's a default aeroplane, it was okay in 2020 from what I remember, because I did do across the pond with it, didn't I, at one point? But it wasn't amazing, and it really kind of wasn't trustworthy on VATSIM either, so I kind of stopped using it, really. I don't take anything default, Andrew. I just try not to use because they're usually quite shoddy. I find. I like all of the really high, complex, detailed stuff like the iFly 737, PMDG 777s, the Phoenix A320s, so on and so forth. I like all that kind of stuff. Just Flight's RJER, FS Labs, Airbus family. I did see the A330-900 article with Aerosoft. I think they've teamed up with Talis, haven't they? But again, I don't know. Because the Aerosoft A330 they released 6 odd months ago was so bad. I don't know how they can kind of get that trust back. Harry, I'm massively looking forward to it. I'm in fairly frequent conversation with Shervin from Bluebird. Very much looking forward to that. That is I think the most exciting aeroplane for me in the sim. I'm very much looking forward to that. But again, I've no idea how long it's going to take until we start to have a version that's ready for previews. Hopefully this side of Christmas, but if not, we could probably assume it's coming out in 2026. Mark, yeah, very true. Yeah. Andrew, I've got the Winwing HOTAS Orion 2 joystick. It's not really a force feedback, but it's got like a vibration motor in it, so if the wheels smack down on the runway or hit the centre kind of lights of the runway or something like that, you'll get a little vibration through the stick, which is something. It's quite nice. Very nice, yeah. For me, it was a Britannia 757, so yeah, I get it massively. I think it's probably where my kind of excitement for the 757 comes from the most. It was also the first aircraft when I was flying for a few years as cabin crew. It was the first aircraft I actually trained on and got licensed for. That and 767-300. Yeah, but then you think Zato, they've teamed up, but where is that A340 going to sit, right? Robert, yeah, in fact there's been no updates for that for quite some time, has there? The Synaptic A220. That would be epic. In fact, I'm in their Discord server. I'll just quickly have a little look in there and see. Somewhere in my list of 80 something. There we go. Development updates. What have we got? 5th of July was their last one. I was just saying that they went to Flight Sim Expo. They're working towards a targeted release window of Q4 2025. But then they said stay tuned for in-depth systems and avionic feature spotlights starting this July. And yeah, they haven't put anything in since. So no idea. Yeah, interesting. Nothing on there. No updates. So they said they were going to update people in July, and then there's been nothing. Right turn coming up. Straight into a headwind. It's tapered off though now. Quite typically over Japan you can get headwinds, crosswinds and things of like 120 knots, so it's actually quite mild for Japan at the moment, 69 knot crosswind. Night Shadow, good morning. Says, is it just me, but it seems as if all of the new hardware is directed towards Airbus, and there's not much love for Boeing. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that, to be fair. There is a big emphasis, isn't there, on various Airbus-related products all across the sim space, but not actually that much in reality for Boeing, by contrast. Yeah, loads of waypoints. Got 7 pages of waypoints left. While I think we started with 11 or 12 pages. See where the wings were all level there. Probably is, Ian. It probably is like license threats and all sorts. I don't know. Tough one. Because certainly, yeah, the Next Level Racing seat, for example, is a licensed product from Boeing. So Next Level Racing have paid Boeing an undisclosed sum to put their brand over the side of it. But yeah, I mean, I think there's potentially part of what Canadian Flight Sim was saying there as well is the Airbus products. They kind of all look the same and do the same thing. So there's this amazing consistency across all of the Airbus aircraft, whether it's the little dinky A318 all the way through to the A380 and the A350. Most of them, work the same way, except for obviously the newer ones where pull standard becomes push standard. Whereas with the Boeing, you've got 2 different types of 737 control panel for the autopilot. You've got different FMS options. The 757 flight control panel looks different to the 737 flight control panel, and looks different to the 777 control panel, and the 74. So what Boeing have failed miserably at over the years is having a good commonality across types. That's probably the biggest reason why most products are being developed for Airbus in the sim. Because like Winwing have done with the FCU, they've built an FCU and it kind of just works on all of the Airbus aircraft. I mean, even the Winwing PFP3N that we're using today, which is an FMS from Winwing that's designed to basically replicate the 737 NG series, so the 600, the 700, 800, 900 ER. Even that is totally different to the MAX 8. So Boeing, for some reason, have then changed all of this. So the FMS on the 737 MAX 8 is different to the FMS on the 737-800. And it's just stupid. And I think, as a company, you'd really struggle to identify what product to make if you were going to make a Boeing product. Would you agree, Night Shadow? Would that be a good explanation, maybe, of why? It's purely an assumption, but I'd call it an educated assumption. Nabil, welcome. I did, Andrew, yeah. How was the flight? Where are we now? So, Tokyo is right off under the cloud in the distance. Probably not going to see it. Well, hey, we've got ATC online for the final bit. Fukuoka controls online. Not sure if they'll give us ATC into Kitakyushu. That's the point. Is it Kitakyushu? With a U, isn't it? Have I misspelt that in the thumbnail? I think I did. Oh well. Yeah, I know Wingwing are creating like a 737 style yoke now, Night Shadow, so I know they are working on that. That's been a long time in development though, so I don't know if they've run into problems with it. But they are suddenly releasing a whole load of products all at the same time as well, so who knows, it might be here sooner rather than later, hopefully. Yeah, see, 9 hour 3/4, Andrew. I'll always try and use points to upgrade, something like that. Try and get into business class, or at the very least premium economy. Can't do 9 3 hours in economy. Hell no. It is Mark, yeah. But if we turn all the lights off, we can't see kind of like the ground and stuff below. We're hoping we might catch a glimpse of Mount Fuji in the background or something. Yeah, I'm a little of the same Canadian Flight Summit, to be fair. I tend not to buy much hardware. I certainly don't have a Boeing kit and an Airbus kit, and I don't plug and play between what I'm flying, so I just can't, like you say, you chop and change like I do, various different aircraft types, so I just use my Wingwing HOTAS stick for everything, basically. My Honeycomb Bravo for everything. And I've got, in fairness, I've got the... I can't remember what it's called now. It's like an Etsy store with a load of free 3D printed detents. I've got those fitted for Boeing stuff. But I keep them in place for when I'm flying Airbus as well. Makes no difference to me. How slow we're going. What's our ground speed? 408. .63 knot headwind. When we get a little bit closer towards Kitakyushu, not really sure what to expect. I've not looked at any of the charts. There are no stars, so basically from ASARI, from here, bear in mind, there's a clash there with Yamaguchi Airport as well. Crikey. That runway goes straight over the top of that one. Short for the arrival. That's crazy. It depends on the weather, but they do have an ILS runway 18, interestingly enough. But only for 18. They've got an RMP for runway 36, which is from ASARI. It looks awful, but it's not. Basically, we're just flying from ASARI, and we'd just do that straight in. So, I mean, it's a compressed turn to final though. Final approach effectively starts here. But it depends on the weather. RJFR. Oh, we do have. Oh, said 28. We do have a METAR. Winds 250 at 8. So runway 18 is the good one. But it's crosswind either way, so I don't really know what they're going to expect from us. ILS Yankee 18 via ASARI though, if that would be the case, which is this one. So there's going to be a discontinuity. There's ASARI. And then we'll have to go to Burbo with some vectors. They're mandatory 1,500 feet. So, descending on final approach, again, quite early from here basically, that's where our final approach starts. And then rolling wings level for a very short ILS, which is only a 4-mile final. This is very compressed. And this is where some of these Japanese kind of routes are really good, because of how sporty some of these approaches can be. It's hard to work out what runway we're going to use. In theory it should be runway 18, just because it's 8 knot crosswind and a 2 knot headwind, and it's got an ILS. It's got loads of different ILS and approach options, so it's clearly the kind of main runway. What have we got here? Between 6 AM Japan time and 10 PM Japan time, 1300 UTC in principle, ILS Zulu or LOC Zulu runway 18 and ILS Yankee 18 would be applied only when weather condition is below weather minimums for VOL Alpha and Bravo. So it sounds like they don't even use the ILS. It sounds like they just do a general VOR approach. There's a lot of information on here, Christ. Available for 747-8. Oh, it's only 2,500 metre runway. Crikey. That'd be sporty. .18 is the primary runway. Haven't tried it, Andrew. Again, that was another project that kind of fizzled out. TMA. We're kind of coming in like that. Departure might be interesting. What departures do they have? Again, that's sporty. Look, 500 feet, bam, turn out to ASARI. Away you go. We're not doing that one. Onga 2, or that one. So it'll be ASARI 3. And then we'll just blast off up towards Hiroshima instead of kind of continuing down all of these paths. What options do they have there for the approach? So they're only used if weather's a bit poop. So VOR runway 18 looks like it could be the one we get given. And we've still got a way to go. So we can put in a VOR of 1385. What I might do, I'll pin that, and I'll be a bit cheeky and I'll keep the ILS in as well, 10915. IDBs. That's an offset VOR approach as well at 196. Interesting, they don't tell you what the offset is on these charts. But you can see yeah, pretend that's a straight line. It's hard with a digital mouse. But yeah, you can see the offset here. There's not really much to breathe with. Runway elevation is going to be 0. Transition levels 14,000, so we can put that in advance in the VNAV page. Yeah, so we can do forecast. That is 14, good. It's RJFR, isn't it, that we're going into today, so let's just put that in for the winds. Kitakyushu. So that Starflyer's just landed. Let's play back. See what it did. Looked like it did the ILS. Well, no, to be fair, actually, it looked like it. Crikey! It just flew a visual approach by the looks of it. It was wings level at 1,000 feet. No, it wasn't. It was wings level at 500 feet, according to flight radar. My goodness. So at that waypoint that we're transitioning at, it was at 4,000 feet. So we can put that in as a bit of a prompt. ASARI. Oh, it's got 2770 there. Launches and arrivals. We'll go for VOR DME 1A, just to hit that execute straight away. Sorry, discontinuity, final approach. And I do want to look at plan mode. Sorry, around 4,000. I'd rather be low, so 3690 is fine for me. It looks like we'll probably just hand fly the entire thing. That could be quite fun. Mega Cloud means no Mount Fuji today. It's hiding herself away. Fuji-san. What's the previous aircraft to fly then? Let's look at the JAWS 738. I was just looking at literally flight radar to get an idea of what their approaches look like. Right there at the turn. 2,000 feet, and then yeah, turn, wings level 500 feet. Jeez. Wow. Any bigger jets? 320, 738 GYODA from Seoul, Incheon. Sapporo in the A321, Yamato Transport. Let's see. Well, that flew a very weird arrival. Incredibly tight. 1,000 foot. Entered a late downwind into an immediate final approach. It is Ian, yes, but the notes on the page, on the charts, suggested that outside of the local time, which in reality we are, it's all a bit unknown, but during airport hours, it says basically the ILS will only be issued for low visibility, effectively. All of the recent flights through the day look like they've all basically just flown visual approaches. Linked maybe to the VOR. In case we've got I've put the ILS in anyway, in case we get the ILS approach. It will take seconds to change it on the box. The only difference would be 178 for the inbound course, not 196, which is the VOR inbound course. But what I will do is place an extended sensor line in for both, so I'll do 358 and 178. I might do that now to save worrying about it in a bit. And I might use the ILS on KQ instead of the VOR, so it's precisely on the threshold line. So 178. go for 8-mile fixed ring. Realistically, the 4-mile fixed ring is the big one, because that looks like all of the final turns are within 4 miles by the looks of it. It's a 358. So 4 miles, so that's 2 extended centre lines attached to the ILS frequency. RJDG West 3315. I'll be surprised if they're still online by the time we get there, because we've still got a way to go. DAIGO, which is in 200 miles, 220 miles, that is kind of the entry point for Fukuoka's FIR. For those of you who might be following this on New Sky as well, we are absolutely going to make a heck of a loss today, because I mean, I've got 28 passengers on board. It's basically completely empty. That's VOR 6178. VOR is going to be ILS 78 degrees. VOR, I'm making notes, folks. 196. In fact, it's 196. Now set that one to 178, because then I don't have to faff around with VOR2 if we get an ILS. I could just focus on that one. So that's efficient use of time. So we've kind of prepared for both. I'm fully expecting a VOR based, but mainly a visual approach into Kitakushu, to be fair. Hopefully, Ashley. Let's have a little look at the New Sky map to see what 31 flights to line. How many are Osprey? 6. Nice. Where are we? We are in Japan. Osprey 91 Charlie. It's flying along. Flying out of RJKA, Amami Airport, to Osaka. Very nice. Been a few little Osprey hops around Japan today, around ourselves. So RJFR. Wow, there's a massive passenger demand going the other way into Kitakyushu. Crikey. Then RJOA Hiroshima. Mega busy going eastbound. So if you were to fly Hiroshima to Osaka and back as a scheduled service, you'd probably make mega bucks on New Sky. It's green, Hiroshima. About Tokyo, Haneda. Jeepers. 30,000 passengers waiting to be ferried westbound somewhere to like Heathrow, etc. Huge amounts of cargo demand. Actually, what was where did we depart from? North of Sydney, there you go, RJER. Yeah, very tiny demand. Canadian flights to be here. Let me just bring it up. I'll show you an example. So here's the live New Sky map. You just go onto New Sky's website and click map and you can kind of see. And if you zoom in, for example here, Vienna is red. So there's been so many scheduled services that the normal demand is that lighter blue amount on the top left, that kind of spider web wheel. But the green bit is the current demand, so you can see how drained that airport is. And the only way to replenish those are effectively using scheduled services into that airport, or charter, which is how New Sky tries to balance airports that have massively lost their balance. Like Frankfurt as well, look red, hugely drained. Same with a lot of the UK. Gatwick's red. Heathrow. It's not too bad. There was some more red up here, wasn't there? Birmingham looks a bit drained. And then Manchester is looking green actually. Oh no, it's red. Yeah, really drained. So they need flights into those airports via the scheduled services to replenish those airports and rebalance the passenger demand. If we look at Japan then, for example, RJFM is green. 2,383 people wanting to go northeasterly at the minute. If we look at Hiroshima, going eastbound, 2,985 people. Lower cargo demand. That gives you like general direction of traffic as well. You can see for Tokyo, if you hover over that, west, 22,000 passengers waiting to go westbound, and alongside 438 units of cargo. Pretty much nobody wanting to go east, interestingly enough. So it's a good bit of resource. But certainly if you're trying to work out where to fly and things as well, and that's how you can use the scheduled services to your benefit, so you'll massively increase your profits, because if you find those airports that are empty and in need of people, and you pick an airport that's got lots of supply ready to go that direction, you're pretty much guaranteed to fill your aircraft up. Not so much on real data. I think they've tried to... The way they try to balance it is almost like to mimic how busy the airports are in real life, predominantly. But I don't think it's particularly accurate. I think it's just the way it's coded. Like, for example, yeah, we know Heathrow is mega busy, Dubai mega busy, Tokyo Haneda mega busy, LA, so on and so forth. So those airports have got huge demand volumes attached to them, whereas the really tiny rural airports will have very small numbers of people and cargo being moved around. Some airports that just don't have the facility to handle much cargo at all might not have any cargo demand at all. Centurio, good morning, how are you? Hope you're well. Mark, yeah, we've got weather on and live weather. It says there apparently there's a thunderstorm warning in Tokyo until Monday. I need to go back to Japan. Yeah, next weekend's going to be mega busy for me, so Friday I've got to take my motorbike back to BMW. They've found that there is a slight fault with the... It's like a tiny little switch that's got too much wiggle room associated with it, or it sticks, I think it said. So bike, if that's not quite set properly, the bike thinks the kickstand's down and then cuts the engine out now and again when I wheel it out of the garage. So the bike isn't recognising it as a fault, but they can see that it isn't quite right, so they're going to replace it, all for free, all under warranty, as they obviously should. I'm going to spend a few hours at BMW that day. I've then got to drop a load of kit down to another shop and get warranty repair on some motorbike kit that should be waterproof but really isn't. So I'm going to get a warranty return on that. And then, yeah, the marathon shift Saturday and Sunday the next day. Crikey. No days off at all then from tomorrow, effectively. Yeah, I mean, some routes in real life Canadian Flight Simmer, for the real world airlines, continuously make a loss. But they offset that against some routes that are incredibly popular. And then what they would typically do for like the loss-making routes, they'll probably usually they'll apply to the government to say, look, we're making massive losses here, and you subsidise this route, otherwise we'll cancel it. And then the government will go, okay, brilliant. So for every passenger, or for every seat available on your aeroplane for that route, we'll pay X amount. And then that's how they then almost kind of offset the loss, so they break even. And I'd imagine it happens all over the world. I know, for example, BA, I don't think they fly to Newquay anymore. I think Logan Air have taken it, and a lot of the Logan Air routes are heavily subsidised by, I think, the Scottish government as well. Otherwise, I think Logan Air, for example, would just cease to exist. QNH 1010. Minimums for the VOR based approach is going to be. There's my charts, there they are. MDA 500. Might as well scroll that now. Interesting. Mentioned a week ago on Discord the Bravo 787 doesn't work with New Sky. Yeah, you were getting quite a good response from them, weren't you? Where they said they were going to look into it, try and resolve it. But yeah, these stars said they've gone dark over the last few days. Interesting. I mean, I'd probably say don't expect immediate responses from them. It might be that in a week's time they get in touch and say, hey, you know, sorry for the delay. We've kind of got our heads together to work out what's causing this and we found X, Y, and Z, which we're fixing. Which is better than them kind of continuously responding to you and then not having, well, having less time to try and identify the problem. That VOR final approach starts at, oh no, that's, yeah, 10 DME, crikey. There's no way they did that in real life. If I show you on the charts what all of the aircraft have done flying into Kitakyushu today, they're flying in via ASARI. Now the Yamato Air Transport did a weird one. It flew in like this and then went incredibly tight straight in on the final approach from a late downwind. What a lot of them are doing is they're kind of flying in like this. They're getting down to about 2,000 feet here. Oh god, the bloody pen thing's rubbish. Yeah, about 2,000 feet here, and then they're literally just turning in like so, and then they're rolling wings level about there, 500 feet. Yeah, Mark, so you'll probably find that's heavily subsidised by the Welsh Government then. So none of the airlines that are flying into here at the moment are actually flying either the ILSs or the VOR approaches. They're basically just going in via ASARI and then being cleared for a visual approach onto runway 18. So they might here get a vector of like, I don't know, fly heading, what would that be? Fly heading 300 degrees. Descend 2,000 feet, cleared for the visual approach, runway 18, bam, done. And then, yeah, report runway in sight, blur it around here, yeah, runway in sight. And then it'll be like cleared land, sweep in, bosh. That's pretty much what we're expecting. Bit off-piste. I mean, in the UK, everything's a full procedure, pretty much. Here, sporty and efficient. Bit of cross-flow traffic going the other way, on another airway. Let's see if we can spot her. Flight level 410. Can he see it? Yeah, that'd be a proper autopilot, auto throttle off job. All hands on deck. It's when you need two pilots, really. Does anyone use shared cockpit anymore? I remember your, just for some reason in my head, just had your controls come into my mind from years and years and years ago. Does anyone still use that kind of stuff, or has it died a death? The other thing to also watch for on the approach, actually I'll probably get the charts back up because I've just now seen the METOF Badger. It's reminded me a little bit. Mainly a headwind, right? Runway 18, but we've actually got a bit of a crosswind. What we got? So it's 240 at 6. Oh, so that's okay. So the winds are kind of predominantly coming in from this direction. That. That's horrendously messy. Let me just make that much nicer. They're kind of coming in like this. So when we are committing to that turn, the winds are somewhat helping us. If the winds were coming in from the other direction here and we try and turn final, as we're turning towards the runway, we're drifting more and more that way. So we end up having to increase our rate of turn our angle of bank to compensate for that. But we shouldn't have that issue today. Hey David, welcome. Centuria uses it occasionally. Rab, good to see you, buddy. How are you? You've been cycling? I say, have you been? Of course you have been. Where have you been cycling? How many miles have you done? I should probably ask. David Nice says, people are still using it then. Interesting. 5,600 miles on a... Jeez, on a bike. It's almost as many as I did on my motorbike. Good going. It's starting to come into its own, isn't it, Rab, now? It's been a while, but yeah, certainly the newer sim is definitely getting there. Matthew Turks, welcome. It has, how have you been? But you're coming out the other side of a very busy summer schedule, I guess. What's that now? 80 miles. Top of descent. DAIGO in 40, which is that crossover point into Fukuoka FIR. Turk says busy summer season finally starting to wind down. He says that, but he's got a turn today with a full load of 190 both ways. So maybe, so maybe the busy season never ends now. Definitely feels that way around Heathrow. It feels constantly busy. I'd love to know what the load factors for British Airways have been through the year to date. But I'd imagine very high. Doing well, Rab. Thank you, matey. Yeah, doing well. She's on heat again, a second heat cycle this time, so kind of just dealing with that. Not that there's much to deal with, but just got to be a little bit careful when we're walking her, for example. You know, letting her off lead. If there's other dogs around, there's risk and mitigating the risk. And what we don't want is a dog running over to her and something happening. So we've got to protect her from that, really. But she's great. She met my dad, because it's the first time I saw my dad for 3-4 years now, since COVID. He lives out quite a bit of rural Spain. First time seeing him, he flew in, and then my uncle brought him down to come and see us yesterday, which was really good. So she met him. She was good as gold as well. I'm sure they probably thought, oh crikey, German Shepherds, what they're going to be like, but I think they were Surprised at how good she was. Centuri says the planes are definitely very full with the fun time. I had commuting home from Alaska last week, and Turk says I was working this past Wednesday and the airport was wall to wall full of people. Even back pre-COVID Wednesdays had 60% loads at best. Yes, there's a huge pent-up demand. I don't know if it's general reduction in services and kind of reduction in number of flights with a pilot shortage, whatever else, and an airframe shortage. I know Airbus and Boeing can't build and deliver planes quick enough either. Maybe airlines have got better at becoming more efficient, so instead of them running 2 flights to an area that might have a 60% load factor, they just fly there once and they get a 90% load factor or something instead. Don't know. I wonder how we'd pin it down. I suppose it depends on what country you're in as well, doesn't it? And what the demand is in comparison to others. Right, let's go to 133.15, see what he says.
Delta Golf Charlie and Victor 28 and they're with the accident. They're running 18
I didn't say anything about the runway, just the reading, no runway assignment or no expectation of runway here.
Ready? 27. Kukola control, Korean 722, level 180.
Korean 722, Fukuoka control, climb on maintain level 320.
320, Korean 722. Control, Korean 722.
Yeah, it's a long time. I've just been mega busy as well, and lots going on, meaning that I've just not got round to actually going abroad to go and see him. BA used to fly direct to Almeria, and that was pretty much the closest I could get. Now they've cancelled that. I've either got to drive all the way up to Luton, 2 and a bit hours to Gatwick, or 2 hours to Birmingham, to then fly out, which is fine. But it's then getting the time to go away for 4 or 5 days. Yeah, it's tough getting the time. I don't know. But it's good. He came over to see me instead. Belated, of course. It was meant to. He was supposed to come around back in July for my birthday, but delayed it a little bit. I'm going to go for brake 1.
We're back.
And then manual brakes for deceleration, I think, for this touchdown. Yeah, I mean, running 21-hour shifts doesn't help either. But then, yeah, I suppose the money at the end of the pay month is not worth it, but it kind of offsets the tiredness. Control, good evening Osprey, 165 is passing Dango, flight level 400, Mach decimal 80.
Osprey 165. Fukuoka, station call again, call sign.
Osprey 165. Yeah, the
Osprey
Croydon.
165, Fukuoka control, Roger, Fukuoka 1140.
Squawk 1140, Osprey 165. Yeah, the Croydon's fantastic. 40. Oh, what we're doing. Sticky keys.
Control, very good afternoon.
Osprey G472, Fukuoka control, Fukuoka 1113.
1113.
status.
Yesterday was back. System 127.
30 miles to top of descent.
Japan at 324, requesting flight with 39 over if possible.
Yes, that'll be you later.
I mean, the new motorbike is just phenomenal.
Osprey 165 radar contact, maintain flammable 4000.
We'll go Osprey 165.
Osprey 2472 radar contact, maintain flammable 4000.
We'll go Osprey.
Had its final service. It's not its final service. Its run-in service back in just Friday, just gone, and brand new. And the guy said to me, he goes, "You're going to feel a massive difference. It's already a rapid bike anyway, and so smooth. But he was like, you're going to notice a massive difference in this now because it's got all of the proper oils and everything in the shaft, drive final, drive assembly, the engine, all the fluids clean, replaced, and he filters the lot. Now that it's done its first 600 miles, my goodness, it's so good.
1167.
Yeah, BMW R1300 GS Trophy. That's what I've gone and got.
Osprey 165, descend to reach Portable 340 by Bambo.
Descend to reach flight level 340 by Bambo, Osprey 165.
Stand by Japan Air 324, climate maintain Portable 390.
So I'll just rebox that first.
Japan Air 324, climate maintain Portable 390.
Japan at 390, climb flight level 390.
Confirm Japan Air 324, climate Portable 390.
Hey, Pam.
I'm going to ask it to descend now.
36 radar contact, Japan maintain Portable 250.
We've got 20 miles.
Maintain flight level 250, 136.
Japan Air 348, Japan maintain Portable 240.
Yeah, I figured, Rab, I'd just like go all out and massively treat myself effectively. At the same time, I'd worked out, some of you watching back when I was thinking about this will remember, I triumphed with the amount of servicing I was doing. As much as I loved that bike, I worked out over the next 5 years it was going to cost me near on about £6,000 just in servicing costs. But by contrast, BMW has got, for £2,000 it cost me, it's a 5-year or 30,000 mile all-inclusive service plan. No brainer. And everyone was like, oh, BMW's is going to be so expensive to maintain, like friends at work and that kind of thing. People on like the BMW forums or whatever. But huge difference in servicing costs. 6,000 for a Triumph versus 2,000 for a BMW. Equivalent time scale and mileage. Crike. Yeah, no. So I was like, well, that's basically the difference in value of my Triumph plus a couple of grand more to put towards it. So I was like, long term. I try and think quite strategic long term as best as I can. But yeah, I was a bit like, this is a no-brainer. I can't reach.
136, descend to reach 13,000 by Papuga.
340 by Bambo. How
86.
am I going to do that?
Descend to reach 13,000 by Papuga, 2986, station 136.
Descend. Get it down. This is where he's probably just trying to test us to see how good are those Osprey pilots.
Osprey 2472, descend to reach level 340 by Bambo. 347 by Bambo. Captain level 340. 340.
One to go. That's as good as we're going to get. I think that counts.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, score control, score 1120.
I'm listening intently now. Japanese controllers are always really good, very efficient, very friendly. But they also expect you to be quite good. Still got no ATIS at all though for our airport.
323 score control, score 1164. Korean Air 0903, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved. Korean Air 0903, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved. Osprey 165, descend to reach level 160 by Sazo, Sierra Alpha Zulu Oscar Hotel.
Descend 160 by Sazo, Osprey 165.
Korean Air 722, kilometer maintain level 340, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
So, flight level 160.
Japan Air 323, radar contact, maintain level 400.
160 by Sazo. A little bit higher than the profile.
360, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved. Cathay 512, request the Gaspa. ASAN, Korean Air 0903, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Got 334.
And by Japan Air 348, descend to reach level 180.
See how it settles in.
South.
Christian Stamnus, hello, Autor. Says, I think I'll buy the iFly Max instead of waiting for the PM2G 737 Enduro series. Is it as good as the PM2G system-wise, with accurate flight model and performance? Yeah, but you know what? I think it's fantastic.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, radar contact, is maintain level 250. Google control, evening, Premier 75, level 160.
Rab, no worries, buddy. Have a good one. Good to see you. Glad you're well. Hola, Mikel.
Level 370 points.
Yeah, now she's captured profile. There we go. That's what we want. The VNAV profile's still a bit off. Still working with 5,000 feet at almost 4,500 feet above the profile, but being stepped down by ATC, so we're ignoring that VNAV profile there.
Osprey 2472, descend to reach level 160 by Sazo, Sierra Alpha Zulu Oscar Hotel.
Just got to keep an eye on that because I want the banana to be before it, not after. RJFR, no ATC. ATIS rather. There you go. Just let it settle, find its way. If you chase it, it'll constantly keep moving. You'll then constantly be chasing it. But just let it settle, work itself out. You see, it's pretty much getting there, isn't it? The only thing I've asked it to do now is maintain 280 knots on conversion. We could go faster. But we've then got to think about slowing down the other end of the descent. So, why not manage it now?
Reach level 160 by Gaspa.
It's a bit loose with it though. Swig of water.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, fly heading 23 vectors for your descent.
.270. It's locked in now, look. That's barely moving. I mean, our profile's closing in rapidly as well. So our estimated landing weight 52.3. Go for 52.4. And we'll go for flaps 30. Bit of a quicker speed on the arrival, but got the runway length. I'm hoping it will just be a bit more manoeuvrable at the slower speeds on final approach without such big draggy flaps affecting us. He says.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, that's on maintain 13,000 QNH 29986.
Miles.
29986.
So he'll be able to see on his radar whether or not we're going to achieve that. We definitely can. Just got to get ahead of the aeroplane and manage the systems accordingly. Which is always hard, isn't it? When you've not flown a particular type in a few weeks or a few months, and then you jump in and you're on VATSIM, flying around Japan, speaking to some Japanese controllers. Pressure's already on. Everybody watching. Well, that's what makes it so great.
Korean Air 785, leaving my space frequency, gentle clear.
I have no idea what to expect from flying into Kitakushu today. I don't know if we're going to continue to have ATC with him or not.
Runway 371, thank you. Continue present heading and what approach do you, what's your approach request?
Speed's just starting to slip away, so we'll just crack the speed brakes to help manage that.
Yankee or Zulu?
Don't mind it being a bit above.
Roger.
How you doing, Mikhail? Good weekend, I hope?
Yeah, Runway 371, continue present heading to Sierra with the Echo, fly the Yankee, runway 18 approach, it's going to maintain 5,000. I confirm direct to Sierra.
We've already passed.
Continue present heading, that's going to maintain 5,000.
Hiroshima is like underneath all that cloud over there somewhere, so we've already gone past that. It wants us to reduce speed to 240 knots next. Like YOROI 10,000. So we're kind of expecting at this point to have like another update with the rate of descent, another descent. Leveling off. Shortly. Sazo Uwaya Asari, then vectors to final. That's it, 30 miles to final approach, folks. What have we got? VORs.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, parametering 3.
ILSs are ready to go just in case.
German Cargo 257, leaving my airspace.
I'm going to start to slow down now because I'd rather have speed on my side for the next bit of descent.
Yeah, system 127, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved. Japan 324, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
There's the extended centre lines and the fixed rings.
Japan 323, descent to reach multiple 340 by
Need more descent, really.
340 by something, Japan.
We're quite high.
Yeah, Japan 157, leaving my airspace, frequency change approved.
Ian, just so you know, I'm slowing down quite a bit now, 250 knots, ground speed 301.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, time entering 060.
290 ground speed.
Osprey 165, the Flamingo 10,000, the GNH 298 for your approach request.
Descend 10,000, QNH 2984, and we'll take a VOR approach, visual approach, runway 18 if possible.
Osprey 165, Roger, expect the VOR Alpha approach runway 18.
Okay, thank you. Expect VOR approach 18, Osprey 165.
And Rango 371, parametering 330.
330,
Just generate 4.
Osprey 165, just confirm requesting the VOR runway 18 via Sierra Whiskey Echo, or do you want to do the VOR Alpha from ASARI?
The VOR Alpha from ASARI, please.
Roger.
He's probably thinking it was a bit tight. How are we going to get them in? Okay, right, belts. Ding. Overhead. Pressure panel set. Depressurizing, that looks good. Probeats on.
Rango 371, vector to Barbo for the approach. This will maintain.
Speed brake to flight to 10. Local pressure, high to low down you go.
Should I maintain 2000 and confirm radar vector to Bravo Echo?
They're not linked, so we just need to make sure they're updated.
Rango 371, 8 pound, parametering 030 now.
2984.
030.
This is going to be very tight, you know. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to achieve this.
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, resume navigation direct to Papa Alpha, Mr. Golf Alpha.
Set and set. They're tracking SWE. I need more descent.
Osprey 165, it's going to maintain 8,000.
Descent maintain 8,000, Osprey 165. Right, flat limiting speeds. Still too high for flat 1. So I need to reduce the rate of descent just for a minute. We'll go for 2,200 feet per minute. And that will help tailor that. Just something a bit different, actually. Basically.
Osprey 165 for the east of ASARI as published, delay less than 5 minutes.
We'll go hold sorry, as published.
Osprey 2472, that's going to maintain 12,000, QNH 298.
Inbound 264. Right turn, 1 minute.
Osprey 2472, you can expect the forward at ASARI.
Hold that, sorry.
Rango 371, resume navigation direct to power mode. It's going to maintain, maintain 2,500.
2,500 direct to Bravo 370.
Rango 371, maintain 2,500 until Bravo cleared RS Yankee runway 18 approach.
Maintain 2,500 until Bravo and clear the RS Yankee runway 18 approach around 27.
What hold speed does it want?
Bravo Echo Delta Whiskey, contact stroke
195
approach
knots.
119.65.
No chance.
Japan Air 323, that's going to maintain 240.
I mean, I kind of wanted the visual because the real world.
Osprey 165, that's going to maintain 5,000.
So many say 5,000 Osprey 165. Because the real world
Osprey
flights
2472, that's going to maintain 8,000.
have done this really shortcut visual approach. I hope I've set this hold up right. It's interesting it's not in the legs page.
The Osprey 2474 east of ASARI as published, delay less than 5 minutes.
084.
Sorry, 11.
Rango 371, runway 18, clear to land wind 2406.
Clear to land runway 18 around 37.
To IMC. I've got to trust the instruments.
Japan Air 3512.
Japan Air 3512, Cobra.
1,600 feet per minute.
Japan Air 3512 departing.
I'm going to have to actually arrest this rate of descent quite a bit, I think, now.
Japan Air 3512, squawk 1140.
Going to get some great views of the bay as this opens up underneath. Very low cloud though. I'm going to go for flaps 1. We get more lift, we then also get more drag. That helps us decelerate and descend a bit quicker therefore.
Climb to flight level 180, waiting 15.
Oh god, I hope this actually
Square
works. So,
705, Coca Control, Palmer maintain flight 340.
Climb to flight level 340,
we'll go for
Japan 3510, maintain flight 320.
Incredible, 320 Japan, 351.
okay, right, the hold hasn't got in. 084. For some reason.
Upgrade 2472, this maintain 7000.
10 minutes left there.
Going up to 5,000. Leveling off. Speed 200. Flap 5. Oh, look at this. Absolute corker. Get rid of the music. Start the clock. 1 minute. Have to go old school. With timing the holds here. Pigeon welcome, buddy. Hope you are well. 200 knots for the holds.
Upgrade 165, this maintain 4000, cleared for VOR Alpha approach, runway 18.
Descend 4,000 and cleared for the OR Alpha approach 18, Osprey 165.
Japan 323, descend to reach Marble 180 by start door.
180 by South Japan, 6 degrees.
Turn her in. Clear that. 64.
Fukuoka Control, hello, on Nippon 122, 20 miles northwest of Vietnam, flight level 110 for flight level 150.
Alpha 122, squawk control, squawk 1175.
So I'll hold.
Squawk 1175 on Nippon 122.
Japan 323, contact squawk approach 119.65.
Coca approach 165, Japan 323.
Alpha 122, radar contact 119, Marble 150.
Maintain flight level 150 on Nippon 122.
It's doing some weird stuff again
Upgrade
today.
2472, this will maintain 5000.
10 minutes left on that.
Heck. Right, so 10 DME. I'm going to focus to about there. We are visual with the sea. It's just doing some random stuff now. Laps 10. Sorry. Go wide. Kick her out. 330. We'll do 320. 350. 3.3 DME is 840 feet. So at 4 miles, that FD18 will be about 1,000 feet. That's the target. How do we visualise that? Let's have a little look. So get down from flap 15. There's the airfield.
Airline 371, taxi to spot.
Taxi to spot, around 37 on the back.
Oh, there's a weird thing on my Honeycomb Bravo there where it's not. There you go. It wasn't taking flap 15. It's dancing between the two. Right, continuous lights, signs.
Korean 705, leaving my space frequency change of wave.
Frequency change of Korean 705、あなたの H に発車します。ありがとうございます。
I'll get down a bit early, but that's just because I've got a fair bit going on. I don't want to make too many mistakes. So 131 is going to be the approach speed. I'm going to go auto throttle my controls, speed brakes armed, clear that, reset switch, autopilot off, SAP-FLR in. It's going to be 4,000 for missed approach.
Osprey T472, the runway 4000, clear for RSVO, clear VOR, Alpha approach, runway 18.
Please to VOR Alpha approach runway 18,
31.
Osprey 165, runway 18, clear to land, the wind T40 at 6.
18 cleared land, Osprey 165. Want to make sure I've set flap 30, which is there, perfect. 30 green, gear down, 3 green, the brakes are armed, ready to go. Just going to hold speed around 150. Look at that for an approach, folks. The runway heading, which is 186, 178. There we go.
Control hello, Alnapal 2352 is you, climb flight level 210. Alpha 2352, control, runway take on 90, purple 330.
330, correction, Kitakushu required flight level 330, Alnapal 2352.
1,000.
Flaps. Flaps.
Japan Air 3512, return up power to discussion, maintain cargo 240.
It's very distracting. Flaps 13 green.
Flaps.
Airport 122, listen to this,
that's VRAS.
1000 by TAKRA, area QNH 2986.
Flaps.
It is VRAS.
Descend 13,000.
You have to ignore that.
QNH
Flaps.
1.
Flaps.
Repeat QNH for only from 122.
Flaps.
2986.
Approaching minimum.
That's pretty much it. 500 feet, wings level.
Flaps.
We're a bit
500.
Flaps.
to the left.
Minimum.
Flaps.
Continue.
Approaching 18.
But you can see what
Flaps.
actually it's
Unstable.
like for the aircraft.
Unstable.
Osprey 3472 proceeding Boeing 737 on short final, runway 18 number 2, clear to land, wind 24.6.
200.
Order 122, contact Cook approach, 119
a little bit of sync.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Contact approach 119.65, only on 122.
Yeah, buddy. Reverse, green. $70 knots.
$1,200 meter remaining.
What are we? 17, 18 knots. Happy days. Reverse, sorry. Disengaged.
Osprey 165, taxi to spot.
Okay, taxi spot. Osprey 165. Ooh, what stands do we have at the terminal?
Chicago control closing in about 3 minutes.
Arigatou gozaimasu. What stand is this? Number 1. Yeah, let's do that. GSX. That one. So what have we got? Waiting for the APU. Flaps are up. Speed brakes retracted. Traffic, weather. It's the aircon. Green. To I actually don't know which one. I mean, the one at the back's GSX, I think. How close are they guiding us to the? Which one do I trust?
Japan Air 3512, descent to reach level 180 by start.
I'll trust that one. Because that's actually pretty much bang on. That's a Sobo. Disarmed.
Delta 49, leaving my space frequency change approved.
They actually come in a bit tighter than what we did. Support, chocks, and GSX. Deboarding, which is going to be seconds. Let's get his lights off.
Control, people set to establish for runway 18. Roger.
Cargo doors. Does it do this itself? Can you remember? Yes. Got it good. Right. So, new sky. Bosh. Let's see how we get on with the score. We're going to make a loss, I think. But hopefully the score was good. We had 28 passengers, so yeah, big loss. 8.5. 8 landing configuration. I wonder if I had an issue with my flap setting going between 30 and 25
Japan
then.
Air 3512, contact Fukuoka approach 119 decimal 65.
Contact Fukuoka approach 119 decimal 65, Japan Air.
Oh, look at that. Flap, 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 flap. There's something not quite right about my flap configuration on my Honeycomb Bravo with this then. Yeah, look at that. Flaps it's going between flaps 25 and flaps 30 constantly. So for Hiroshima, we can't land with flaps 30 in the iFly 738. Oh, that's really annoying. Does it ruin my score somewhat? Kitakyushu, welcome. Again, another World Update 20 airport. Beautiful kind of island piece with that big bridge over there that we can see off in the distance, taking you to the mainland. Again, it's just all reclaimed land from the sea, basically. This is a nice one. Very bare there in the middle, but the kind of like courtyardy bit there, the terrace. This is quite nice. Comes in. Apparently has no gear and spoilers up. A lot of rain rolling in over there to the north. Chufferneck. I thought I turned New Sky off. I did click it. The Stream Deck's only just started to work again over the last 2 updates for Streamlabs. Nicely done. Right, let me show you this again then. There's a little terracey thing. There it is.
Airport 2352, control closing shortly, frequency change approved. Airport 2352, control closing, monitor advisory 1T2.8.
Monitor Eureka 12.8.
Osprey T472, taxi to spot.
Taxi to spot. Thanks very much for the ATC. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye bye.
Yeah, look at physical
Right,
barrier
station
things.
Fukuoka control 133.15, closed ATC service terminates, monitor advisory 1T2.8, Fukuoka out.
You can kind of hopefully get in here. Yes. Ooh.
Do you want to deboard crew?
And I get stuck. So I can't go any further. There is an interior. It's just got one of those weird physical barrier things that they put in for some reason. But I don't want to tempt fate because it gets very stuttery as if it's going to crash if I push that too much. I wonder if I'm going through here. Ah, they thought of that too. Damn it. Right, let's configure for the next hop. Off to Hiroshima. Short little journey in the 737 MAX 8. We'll spend a few minutes on the ground. Where have we put the routings? They are somewhere here in our Discord server. Right. So, over to New Sky. 2 flight packs, 165 RJFR to RJOA in the B38M. Super short hop. Yeah, 15 minutes, that'll be enough. 150 passengers, 17 units of cargo. Bring it. I'm just going to sort out the routing on SimBrief as well. What have we got here then? Cost index of 15 is probably quite wise. Minute block time. About 20 minutes of flying. Cruise is it going to give us? Flight level 150. That's generous. And then runway 28 at Hiroshima. Make sure we pre-file that. Kitakushu. Flight time of 34 minutes, it says. Superbly quick. So I'm just going to reload SimBrief on GSX, and then we can request boarding again. And then in here, we can go X RJFR gate number 1. Flight plan request. Just going to yank it from SimBrief now. Load. Activate. And in the tablet, we can put in our fuel loads in the performance payload menu. So for that, we need SimBrief again. While I do that, I could go into New Skies app and start the next sector. ElevateX, start the next sector. Good. Right, what have we got? So, weight and balance tab. So we have 150 passengers this time. Cargo. So it's going to be 700 and back. And we'll load 507 in the front. Fueling. Total fuel 5059. Set payload. Set fuel. Beat. Not going to worry about that. I'm going to use the SimBrief performance calculations. We can go to Perfinite, pop that in, and boarding. Boarding. Oh, I did request that. No tug. Yeah, right, good. There we go. That's better. Okay, so briefing preview. Fuel reserves. 2.8. Cruise winds 270 at 41. Because this is super short, we also want to put in our arrival. So average ice is plus 16 degrees. Transition limit stays at 14. We can do our performance calculations. Proof climb disable. So it's wanting cell temp of 47. Takeoff profile 2. We'll do climb profile 2, flaps 5, center of gravity we can preset, and we can set the V speeds. So our departure for today is going to be, where's the charts, because I need to refresh Navigraph as well, don't I? Here we go. ASARI 3. So taking off southerly over the water, and then at 500 feet, MSL turning out this teardrop out towards ASARI. So intercepting this outbound radial of 084. from the SWE VOR. And then from ASARI, routing northerly, northeasterly via Yamaguchi, passing over Iwakuni Airport, up into Misen, and then arriving into Hiroshima. A couple of different arrival options, and HGE looks like the one that we possibly want, so I'll just click that for now. In reality I don't think it is, but I just wanted to see what it looks like here. Runway 28. In fact, it would be good to get a METAR for RJOA. I'm going to pull that from VPilot, 270 at 6. Right, fair enough. So it's going to be RNAV or a VOR approach. Might go for a VOR approach again, but just hand fly the thing. Yeah, let's do that. So, bit of a teardrop. So we're not going to actually fly that star. We're going to go Misen, VOR DME with the HGE transition, like that. Done. There are options as well of... oh, there's mist and fog. We might have to have a look at that then. I'm going to be back in just a second. I'm going to get some water. We might actually switch that to something else, like the RNAV. Right, so what have we got for options? Charts. Because the departure is going to be easy, right? We want to see what all of the arrival options are going to be for Hiroshima. So everything's from the east. We could just vector Monta or something. But yeah, the VOR 28 looks like that does work, but the minimums are quite high. I reckon we punch it and we just see what happens. If we have to go around, then we do. We configure for the RMP 28 instead. Actually saying there's no star for this, all the stars are arrivals from east. Easton's the final fix for ILS 10. Yeah, there you go. I can't remember which, is it on reference? No. I can't remember which one's got the really nice kind of cliff edge type approach. I think it's 10, isn't it? Can't remember. But anyway, we're going to do, so as we discussed, runway 18 for departure, ASARI 3. And we're not going to do the transition of MYE. Sorry, UB. Masku. We'll put the RMP in because the weather looks a bit rubbish with the haze and things. So there'll be a slight difference from Masku. We'll then fly direct to Isla. Thanks, Ashley. Pop that in the message just to clarify it for us. We'll pop RJOA. And we also then want the RNAV 28, transition Isola, no stars, execute, and then in legs, from Isula Masku. So we'll replace that like so. And that will then connect the dots and we'll have our approach sorted out. Days, we're going to go into the descent forecast whilst we're still boarding. Should be on Unicom as well by now. Tut tut. And this RE3 is going to be 11385 while that loads. 11385. We want outbound radial of 084. Make a little note of that. 084. Cruise of 150. Yeah, 150. Jolly good. Flight directors are on. 150. Landing altitude 1100. In Hiroshima, yeah, but we need that on 0. Right, that's all good. Probes are still on, burning everybody underneath. Oh well. And packs. Over there. Done. 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 With the missed approach. So don't want an arrival, but we need to change the approach into Hiroshima on Navigraph to the RNAV 28. Transition Isola. We're going to delete the waypoint Misen from there as well, so we just deleted that. So now we're going to go Masku. Remove HGE. Masku straight to Isola. And then that RNAV approach. What have we got for minimums? Oh, that's quite high as well. RNAV VNAV 1440. Christ. So I might go for rad out here. Because that's easier. It's going to be 373. Setting it earlier than it should do, really. But I know I'll forget otherwise once we get airborne. Got to set our V speeds. And then once we get airborne as well, we'll set a fixed ring into Hiroshima. Come on, scroll, scroll, scroll. Pressing shift as well is so slow. Literally no difference between pressing and holding shift. Except through. Right, where are my speeds? 138, 145, 155. Add in 10. Dun dun dun. Right, check. New sky. Navigraph. ElevateX. VRAS. No doubt will do weird things again. GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. Menu. System page. Sim menu. Ground support. Disconnect. closed. So GSX doesn't always close them when they should. So just be wary of that, folks. Legs performance. Full flow reset. Cool, you guys ready to go? What have we got? So that's going to be Vista. Ongo HGE. So I'm just going to put a fix in now. We'll go for 278 and 8 miles. Then a back course 098 to add a 4 mile fixed ring. So our fixed ring's done, save a bit more time. Centre tanks are off, left, right, forward and aft are on. Anti-collision lights on, lights and signs, seat belts. Packs off, music off. And I have no idea how this is going to go. Nose right, tail left, I think. Let's find out. Kitakyushu, traffic, Osprey 165 stand 1, 737 max 8, altimeter 2984, push start to face north. I hope. Four knot crosswind, 4 knot headwind again, runway 18. Fighting south. Rotoring. Set. Yeah, the weather in Hiroshima currently, winds 270 at 6, 5,000 meters visibility in haze, broken cloud 1,300, overcast 2,100. Temperature 22, dew point 22, gives a very good indication of low visibility, and QNH 1011 is the equivalent. Let's hope we push left. Not, we'll have to do a tactical 180. Moment of truth. Hey, hey, looks like we're good. Mode selected to continuous engine 1, engine 2. Start. Good if we really wanted to press the clock and time the start and things, but eh. The collision light is good. Yeah, it's on. Let's put the logo light on as well. That for a landscape. Park brake set. I'm actually going to leave 1140 set as the transponder setting, just so we have a transponder code. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far. Glad lots of you enjoying it. Two. Continuous. Backs back on, isolation valves closed, cancel set, probes are on. Double damper's still good. Left and right. Gents. Almost forgot. I knew there was something, so I was double checking. Maybe you can come off. And we want flaps 5. Off the top of my head, was it flap 5? Let's just go through the pages, yes. Okay, well, there's the ground pin, he's giving it us. Happy days. And the wave. It would ordinarily be a line of them stood there, bowing and waving. 5 and green. Juan, hello to you, welcome. I've got there an RTX 4090. Brakes off. Auto brake RTO. Non-nav, V-nav, auto throttle alarmed. Taxi lights on. Rolling away on idle. Kitakushu traffic, Osprey 165's taxiing via the apron, Papa 4 to hold Tango 1, runway 18, Kitakushu. Check that. And we'll do a little warning recall. Let's flick the views there. There we go, rolling away on idle again. If you haven't explored Japan all that much in the sim, you absolutely should, because it's superb. But similarly as well, phenomenal scenery all around. Low and slow flying, loads of good airports available. Got traffic mode on, and let's get the transponder on now, shall we? Save a job. Jolly good. It's a very dark cloud there coming over. Hoping this will get our loss back that we made on the last hop. Such low volumes. 2,500 metre long runway for this departure today. Here at Kitakyushu. We are ready to go. So, cabin attendant's call. Switch. Set. That's good. Read the traffic, transponder, brake RTO, fuel flow, reset rates. Kitakushu traffic, Osprey 165 via Tango 1, lining up runway 18 and taking off ASARI 3 departure, Kitakushu. Snap that right at the last second because New Sky might penalise me for being on the strobes too early. There's the VOR that we were tracking earlier with that big offset approach. Strobes, lights and signs, cabin secure, approaching clear, 18's confirmed. We'll just keep it rolling, much more efficient that way. A little bit of a crosswind.
On runway 18.
Where hey? Okay, 40%. The leaps do take a while to spool up. Set. Toga. Power set. Speed's alive. 80 knots. Don't need too much ailerons, just trying to judge it based on what's happening to the aeroplane as we roll down the runway. Using a lot of it. Crikey. Rotates. Really gently away. Positive brake, you're up. Just going to quickly snap out, look at that! Okay. Put brakes off. In the turn. 500 feet. Kitakyushu traffic Osprey 165's airborne through 1000, left turn, outbound, ASARI. Okay, climb power. 1,500 feet. That's one. Slowly retracting the flaps into the cloud. Flaps up. Runway turn off lights off. CMDA engaged. Autopilot's got it. Engine start levers off. I'll leave the logo lights on. Runway turn off lights are off. The landing lights on. 28 degrees it says. Away we go. Flaps up, no lights. Gears up. Takeoff checks complete. Yeah, very short hop this. And Hiroshima has now been updated to be in complete IFR conditions, 1,800 meters in visibility. Crikey. I'm just going to I'll put the METAR in the live chat so you guys can see. 1,800 meters visibility in mist. Few clouds at ground level. Broken 1,300. Overcast 1,800. 22 degrees Celsius, dew point 22, QNH 1011, which is the equivalent altimeter 29886. So this is going to be tough. Wiggling our way out of Kitakyushu, around Fukuoka approach boundaries and things. And I'm going to pop the landing lights off now. Seatbelt signs off now. So what do we got? Rad out for the approach 373. I'm not sure to what extent this can do some of these approaches, you know. We shall see. Hongo 117. 278. Just setting up here for the VOR bits as well, so we've got backup approaches ready to go. Got to sort out the heading bug as well. Right, so we want to be at Isola 3,300. Vista 3,300. Buena 2,800. Descend for the missed approach. Okay, so the VNAV should be pretty much bang on again. That is literally that's the hop, folks. Runway length at Hiroshima 3,000 meters, so really nice. We'll set auto brake 1 again for that. Just under pressure. Just under pressure. 2986 can be set ready to go. And we then also now need to set estimated landing weight of 63 tons. And I'm going to go for lap 40 this time because of that calibration issue with my throttle set that I seem to have on flap 30 in the iFly, which is rather strange. So I'll see if that solves it. So we'll fly a little bit slower. 250 at 5 knots is okay, it's just the visibility that's the concern. Winds are absolutely fine. Top of descent 30 miles. So we want to go down to 3,000. Sets. And airport elevation 1067, 150, 1050 that'll do. Though actually airport elevation 1086, 1100 is probably the closest. Stroke steady, anti-collision lights, logo, come on. That's all set as required. Fuel looks good. Auto brakes set. And we've briefed for the approach. A warning recall prior to top of descent. Can't have VNAV. VNAV paths active. Yeah, so we can expect a load of mist when we get in on the META. 1,800 meters visibility is very low. What's the RVR? In fact, that is the runway visibility range for us is 1,400 meters with approach landing system on, so that's the lights. In reality, in flight sim, we don't really have that. So I'm yet to find a good scenery that can project a good approach lighting system, which I don't think is the thing. So the approach lighting system out RVR is 1,800 meters visibility, which is exactly what we have on the META. So we are at the absolute limit, visibility wise, what's allowed into Hiroshima by the looks of it. So this is going to be very fun. I might actually put terrain mode on, you know. We'll do weather, then we'll switch to terrain later on if we feel like we need it. What guys reckon then watching? We're going to nail it first time, or is it going to be a go around? Hedge your bets in the chat. Miles, it's good. Start the set. It's one of the things I've noticed with the iFly Max 8 is the second it reaches top of descent, or the second it asks, will you set it to go into a descent now, it pushes the stick forwards, and it's like an immediate change. There's the Airbus, like the Phoenix Airbuses and the PMDG Boeings, when you select descend now, it's a much smoother transition. Yeah, RMP 28 in transition 9086. Via Isula. So go, when you get to Masku, go direct Isula, and it's the RMP 28 Isula transition. Your minimum, if you want rad out, is 373, and the QNH altimeter setting is 2986. That helps. A 40 knot tailwind pushing us along as well, which is very nice. Now we're turning towards Isla, just as I start to correct the heading bug course. Into the cloud. Seatbelts. Amazing views. Missed approach for this is direct to Misan, hold 4,100 feet, contact Hiroshima approach. Look at that. $11,000. Set to 30. How short is this for a hop? It's great. RJOA. Did you forget to file a flight plan, Ian? Yeah, you did. Hiroshima traffic, Osprey 165s through 10,000 feet, altimeter 2986, a Boeing 737 Max 8, descending into the left downwind, expecting RMP, runway 28, Isla transition, Hiroshima traffic. gradual descent down. Right, turn off lights, landing lights. Let's put the logo light in anyway, why not? Oh, it looks misty through there, doesn't it? But it doesn't look terrible, but you can see through the valley and stuff all of the mist. Hiroshima is down there somewhere, so it's going to be underneath that cloud with equivalent mist under there, so it's going to be good. Look forward to this. Did you get New Sky? Did you remember New Sky? And that's the main thing. I don't think so, Art. We're going to have a bit of terrain around us as we descend in. On the right hand side there's a peak of 2,182 feet as we descend towards Buena at 2,800. So at some point there's going to be around 1,000-ish feet difference between the ground and ourselves as we start our approach. 3,300 or minimums. MDA is 1440. $1,500. Hiroshima traffic, Osprey 165, downwind, runway 28 to land. Not sure if anyone is in the vicinity, but I'm just doing a little call just to say. No worries. This one's an intense sector though, so it's all happening very quickly. I want to decelerate faster than that, crikey. Crack the speed brakes out a bit. Start to decelerate. Legs performance 135. 40 adding the 5. Make a quick note. Set them now because I will forget as we start to focus on terrain, cloud, visibility, all of the other stuff. Okay, speed check flat 2. $180. Oh, we've gone for flat 5. Definitely discrepancy then with my hardware. with the iFly. Now let's get rid of the music. Don't need distractions like that. And then from Vista, that's fairly short final actually, so I'm going to start bringing the speed back to 160 now. Okay, what do we got? 3210 speed check, flap 10. Speed brake arms. 10 and green. Keep this coming in. I'm what, 278. LNAV, final approach, glide path. The RNAV approach is all armed and ready to go. 278. Let's set that now. Here we go. Into the pea soup.
2500.
Check. Go gear down for the turn. Flaps 15. Take a flap.
2500.
Get down 3 green. 160 knots. Final approach is set, ready to go for the RNAV. Let's leave it off 1,500 actually.
$2,500.
8 miles, 4 miles. That is
2,500.
the runway, so really 4 miles is there. Hiroshima traffic Osprey 165 is 8 mile final, runway 28 to land Hiroshima. Oh, this weather. 160, so yeah. 35, 140. Go for flaps 40. Oh yeah, there's big discrepancies there then. Go for 148 for now. Keep the speed high. I set flap 25 and it whizzed all the way to 30. So I've just committed to configuring early rather than chasing the flap settings and stages. Hopefully New Sky forgives me. This should capture the RNAV final approach phase. Thanks, Mikkel. And in a second. 6 miles. Can do it. Bypath. Jeez. Look at this. Wowzers. So I'm going to go for 145, slightly faster, just keeping an eye on that wind, really more than anything else. And the terrain map doesn't help. Yeah, wind's a big one. If that headwind there drops off to 15, we actually go from 144 knots to 139 knots, which is then our +5 margin gone. We'd then be going, if we were at 140 knots, we'd be at 135, which is our final approach speed. So that's what we want to cross the threshold at. So I've added a few more knots just to be on the safe side. Look at this. Look,
1 minute, 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 1
Wow. 4,100. Okay. I reckon that's okay to start to bring the power back. Just going to eke that away. Auto throttle disengaged.
Approaching 28.
No way. Very short final. Hiroshima traffic Osprey 165. Short final. Runway 28. To land. Oh my days. Okay, there's the runway.
1,000.
Autopilot off. Whoa, big bit of sink then.
500 minimum. 300. Terrain. 200.
And now a big old gust that's just shoved us a bit.
100.
We're okay.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Touchdown. Oh my goodness. First screen. My brakes. Give Tango 4, 60 knots. Hopefully Ian's weather is the same as ours. Tango 4. And GSX, what did I stand 5? Brake, flaps to 0, travelling, auto brake off. Hiroshima traffic Osprey 165 vacated at Tango 4, taxiing to stand by. Bar Papa. Expect very low visibility until RVR minimums on final approach 28 Hiroshima.
iFly, thanks.
Terrain map. Look at that mist. Amazing. Neat. Welcome to Hiroshima. Seven. Six. Josh, hello. No, this is Simple Update 3, but it's World Update 20. Japan World Update. This, though, Hiroshima, is the freeware on flightsim.to. I think created by K's. I can't remember the name of the developer now, but it's freeware. It's marked as not compatible with 2024, but as you can see, it works pretty well. Actually, ooh, a new news update from PMTG released in the last hour. What's the summary? Got the spectators up there watching us. straight to me. It's better.
Hiroshima traffic goes to 272, 2 nautical miles short final, runway 18, Hiroshima correction 28.
Right, let's try and catch Ian to see when he punches out through the cloud. So there is the threshold of the runway. How fantastic. Oh, new in-sim photo of the 747-100. That sounds fantastic. 737's in cleanup stage before release. Oh my goodness, look at that. Literally just punching out now. That's intense. Bang on the touchdown zone. Absolutely nailed it. These beautiful lakes and things.
The boarding requested.
Let's get that collision lights off.
Action traffic goes spray 272, then to runway, taking to gate 513.
Oh, always forget probes in the 7-3. Is it opening the cargo doors? It is. And the forward. Right, let's see how we did on New Sky. Let's just move the view there. Bosh. Close the flight. 10. Aha. So it doesn't really take into account visibility, just really wind. But yeah, we got almost the amount of money that we lost at the last flight back. But yeah, super sure of that. Great little sector though. Very intense, very fun. And this little scenery here from K's is quite nice, I do like it. I think it's the other side. Yeah, it's the other side. Look, you have the drop-off cliff for runway 10. I knew it was one or the other. But you get this really intense. It'd be very intense. A bit squeaky bum actually, I think, with low visibility like this when it reveals and you just see a cliff if you get it wrong. Look at that for a drop. It's one of the cool bits about Hiroshima. For approaches. Crazy bad visibility as well. Big thank you to Ian, Badger flying along. Hope you guys enjoyed the 2 sectors we did today. This one was particularly challenging, wasn't it, Ian? Hopefully you enjoyed it as well. Good effort on the landing, mate. I'll try and work around work and all that kind of stuff and all the other bits going on over the next week or so. The double shift that I've got coming up next weekend. To try and work on some content where I possibly can. I'm expecting the Wing Boeing kit to be delivered tomorrow, which is the kind of FCU version that they've created for the Boeing aeroplanes as an alternative to the Airbus options. And yeah, watch this space. It sounds like we're going to hopefully have some PMDG bits to look at over the coming weeks as well, if not months. But thank you very much for watching wherever you are in the world. Hit like before you head off if you've not done so already. Thank you very much for flying along, and I hope you enjoy what's left of the weekend. Take care. Thank you very much for watching.
See you, mate. Have a good one. Bye.